Good morning. Welcome to the Fish and Wildlife Commission Board meeting. Call to order and welcome. I'd like to go into the invocation, if we could, with Commissioner Cummins.
Let's pray together. Father, we are grateful for the many gifts that you've given us. I'm reminded that in the book of James it says every good and perfect gift comes down from you. And Father, we just are grateful for the gift of the Commonwealth, and we're grateful for the resources we have here. And Father, we're grateful for the opportunity to meet and to hear from the public and to make decisions that hopefully benefit the wildlife and the citizens and residents of the state. God, we pray that you would just bless us today and let us honor you in the way we conduct business today. God, we love you, and we thank you most of all for your son, Jesus. His name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Larry, would you care to lead us in the pledge? Yeah. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Commissioner Smith, you want to do a roll call?
District 1, here. District 2.
Here.
District 3.
Here.
District 4.
Here.
District 5.
Here.
District 8. District 9. And Chairman, District 7.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. I'd just like to make a small remark. We had a sportsman had a very, very bad accident last week, and could have very well cost him his life. And I'd like for everybody to keep Jason Kenner in their thoughts and prayers. You know, the debate of the issues that we all care so deeply about is strong, and he is a great advocate for Eastern Kentucky, and I'd like for you all to keep him in your thoughts and prayers. And if anything comes out of it, then he'll tell you, seat belts save lives. Seat belts save lives. It saved his, and if y'all would, just keep him in your thoughts and prayers. And that's all my remarks. Commissioner Storm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would like to open up today and remind everybody it's something I'm very passionate about when I go out in the state. God gave us dominion over plants and animals in the creation account in Genesis 1. And with that responsibility, the fundamental of all creation, we get to be here to celebrate what we love in the outdoors and what God intended for us. So we have a big job here. I would like to welcome each and everybody here to the Salato Center. Our staff, they do a tremendous job of prepping for these meetings, the video teleconference that we're having today, the space here. So kudos to everybody. It takes an army to achieve this. And today's the first day of spring, and I can tell you, as somebody that's suffered a little bit with cold, seasonal allergies, I'm just so thankful to see some sunshine and hear those turkeys gobbling on the roost, and it gives me some additional motivation. And then we've got spring fishing, and so when you see our fisheries biologists and they disappear, you probably are at work on a bad day. You should probably be afield when you see those fisheries biologists gone. I think from a practical standpoint, Zach will give you some updates on turkeys. I think we've got a few good years here in front of us. A lot of good signs. Talked to Harold Knight yesterday, and I love to talk turkeys with Harold, and he's like, it's going to be good, and so it's good news, and it's good to have good news. And then I want to remind everybody that your license just expired, I don't want to get that call that, well, we forgot to pick it up, so we're in a new license year, and you know you can support the department through the purchase of your licenses, and that's what makes this possible. So thank you to the license holders, the boaters, everybody that supports this agency. It allows us to do what we do, and we're truly a unique agency. The last quarter, a lot of things have happened, and I can say if you would go to our years of services on the screen, we've got a 30-year award for Michael Buckler, Wes Hodges, and Calvin Roberts, and that's some great dedication to conservation. 30 years, you don't stay 30 years unless you enjoy your job or you got other circumstances, so we're so happy to have that knowledge and expertise. 25 years of service, we've got Dave Baker, David Beck, Laura Burford, Mildred McKenzie, and Chris Spencer. I'd like to thank all these employees for your dedication as well, and 25 years is significant. And then on our 20, we got a few in the audience here, but Terry Brungis, Mark Harless, Colonel McQuarrie, Jesse Nelson, Bo Spencer, Mike Strunk, and Harley Weaver. 15 years, Tristan Curry, Merle Hacker, and Eric McGinnis. 10 years, Zach Carney, Jason Curry, John Fields, Courtney Goodman, Graham Howe, and Tony Nolan. And 5 years, Matt Dolenbacher, Miss Jenny Gilbert, Alice Hayes, Courtney Hayes, Stephen Ray Lilly, James Nayhouse, and Maris Wee. I hope I got that right. All right, let's give them a round of applause. So last week, we got to celebrate a couple of things, and if you could pull up our graphics, our new graphics for me. We had our employee awards. Just absolutely fantastic to go through and see the innovation, ingenuity of our team and our staff. Celebrate life-saving awards, conservation across the bluegrass, and to get to see these people, they're truly heroes behind the scenes. And so our Green River Lake, our new acquisition, I do want to thank Kentucky State Parks for helping us to work through that. We are going to call Camp Kentucky a field. And we're excited about the conservation opportunities that we're going to have there. I think this is another great example of the work we do. Graphic design that says a lot about who we are and our mission, but what a beautiful property, and I hope you all can get out and check that out. And then I'd say a highlight of my tenure has been our communications team, what they've been able to accomplish. We bring everybody together. We talk about the good, the bad, the ugly, and this team has really revolutionized the way we communicate. And I can tell you on a national level, people ask, how did you come up with that, and how did you work through that? And it's our comms team. It truly is. And I want to give a super shout out to Chase Wininger in the back. If he would stand up, most of you know Chase. Chase came to work one day and he said, I've got a plan to fix all the social media dilemmas that we have, all the pages, etc. And he took the bull by the horns. And I'll just say that's, again, commitment to service to a great department. And Ashlyn Trevino has recently been hired to coordinate these social media pages. So we're excited about that trajectory. CPI has passed. I would like to thank everybody in this room, the commission, for your commitment to CPI. That's going to bless this agency for some time, and it's also going to bless our customer. We're not going to have a significant increases for our licenses and our permits for time to come. You're going to see smoke in the sky across Kentucky in the weeks and months ahead, controlled burns, and that's an exciting time in terms of conservation and what we can do to the landscape. NASP was last week, 9,200 shooters showed up, and that's just an incredible event. I'd encourage you all to get out there. Colonel, super proud of you, all the efforts that you've given, the division has given to help us with House Bill 506. Your efforts for recruits, we've never seen anything like this in our agency. We have 23 recruits in Academy today, and that is one heck of an effort, so kudos to you. Your training staff, everybody that's involved, we're really proud of you. We stocked 4,000 Christmas trees and waters across the Commonwealth. Josh Cummins recently went out and helped us with that initiative, and he got to see what that's like and the habitat that helps our fisheries tremendously. EIT, we've been out working statewide. Recently in the 7th District, we've done some work at Dewey Lake while the water level's down. Conservation going on 120 counties, paid for by licensed dollars. So you all are crushing it. I'm proud to serve with you. On another one, I'm super proud to serve with. We've got a new general counsel, Ben Monarch. Ben, if you maybe stand up and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ben Monarch, I've been here for a couple of months and feel very, very fortunate to have joined the organization. Look forward to helping everybody, and if anybody ever needs to talk about legal matters, reach out.
Thank you, Ben, and Ben Wouldn't-Share. He's a proud father, and he's got a new one on the way, so he could actually have to run out of here anytime. And then on that note, another piece of exciting news is there, but Kelsey Webb, who still helps us in the commissioner's office, she had a baby a couple days ago, so that's exciting for us. And meeting notes, so thank you for the time. We have Stephen Fields today. He's going to be representing the department not as a general counsel or as counsel. He's going to be parliamentarian today, and so this is something that we're going to try to work through to help enhance our meetings and make us better at what we do. And last and not least by any means, Greg Cecil is our 4th District Commission member, and he has been just a great advocate for conservation, and today could be his last meeting, and I wanted to give him an opportunity to say a few words, but sincerely I'll speak on behalf of the commission and the agency. You have done nothing but bless us in your time here, and we thank you for your commitment to the agency.
Thank you, Rich. Those are some kind words. I wish I could have been in person, but the 2 inches of ice that we got during the ice storm made us go to school today. So, because we missed 2 weeks of school, so I had to stay back, but I really enjoyed my opportunity to be a part of this commission, and I've learned a whole lot about conservation and how all this works by having the opportunity to sit on this board. And I appreciate everybody that I have worked with in the department and on the commission in my 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would like to make one more remark. It is phenomenal when the department goes to work. The commissioner mentioned Dewey Lake. We had a ramp that was in desperate need of repair, and since the drawdown for the dredging of the marina, it created an opportunity for us. And I'd like to commend the department on how fast and efficient they got to work while the levels were low and it could be fixed. Just a superb job. Thank you all so much. The commissioner had mentioned that in his remarks, and I just wanted to say, wow, what a job. Okay, now we're going on, Melissa Trent, into our quarterly financial reports.
Good morning. I know that that's really tiny up on the screen, but you all have the handouts in front of you, so if you have any questions, you can stop and ask me. I do have a couple of things that I want to go over first. We are at the midpoint of our fiscal year with these. This is through the second quarter. And one of the things that I wanted to point out immediately is you will see down in the expenditures, marketing, you see it's negative 285,000, and then you also have fisheries that is a negative 800,000. That is where we went through a reorganization for the department, and so we combined some divisions and branches. So what that is that is us after the reorg went through, we actually moved those expenditures to the new organizations. So that negative for fisheries, that is the fees in lieu of program staff, and they were moved into engineering, infrastructure, and technology. So that's included in that $2 million there. The marketing division was moved out of a division itself and put in I&E, info and education. So that's what that is. That is us moving those expenditures to make sure that the year is clear and that those divisions that we did away with, that they are moved to their correct areas. We are about through the second quarter. We are 50% through the year. So the one thing that I wanted to highlight is our hunting and fishing licenses are up at that point. We're at 53%, which is what basically a little bit over what we estimated. You will see that our federal numbers are a little bit down. That is due to federal reimbursements, and that is timing. When the feds shut down, they don't always have all of our apportionments there to where we can actually draw those funds down. And our grants are reimbursable. So we have to spend it out of Fish and Game Fund, then we get reimbursed from the feds. So what that is, that's just timing of those grants and those funds coming in. So overall, we are financially strong according to our revenues coming in and our expenditures. And if you have any questions for me, just let me know.
Any questions from the commission?
Okay.
Motion to accept the financial statements. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we'll go into our action items. That would be, I guess, Melissa Trent also for the minutes.
Yeah, it's just us.
Just us?
Yeah.
Okay. We have a clarification that needs to be adjusted on the last minutes. It's on page 4. We have misspelled the colonel's name. If that could be noted to be corrected, we don't want to do that. Do we have any questions on the minutes from December 5th quarterly meeting? Do I have a motion to accept?
Make a motion.
With that motor, I need a motion to accept with that modification.
Make a motion.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Aye. District 2? Aye. District 3?
Aye.
District 4?
Aye.
District 5?
Aye.
District 8? Aye. District 9?
Motion passes.
Motion passes.
Miss Jenny Gilbert. And Melissa Melissa Trent, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
Good morning. Ms. Trent's going to join me in case you all have questions. So as you know, a few years ago, 150-0242 was amended with the passage of SB 217 and 241, which gave the department procurement authority. At that time, we were required to promulgate engineering regulations specific to that process, which we did, and we created a new chapter within Title 301 that is specific to administrative services. Last year, a bill passed that was requiring more procurement regulations from the Finance Cabinet. And since we operate under the same parameters of 45A, Ms. Trent and Commissioner Storm and the legal team and I, we met and we looked at those and felt like it was in the best interest of transparency and what we do with our budget to then promulgate the same types of regulations. So even though that legislation did not require it of the department, because we follow 45A, we felt like it was best to do that as well. So that's why starting last year, you all saw that as a new business item, and that's where we are today. So what we will be doing is under that new chapter that we created in 11, we will be promulgating regulations that are very specific, and you can see that on your agenda, to the procurement procedures, to the way that we do contracts, and any other type of administrative services which Ms. Trent can speak to. And then we will also need to clean up other regulations for conformity. So anywhere we have mentioned something that we do in those processes, we will need to make sure that they all conform. So that's essentially, it could be bigger than what we intended in just one reg, which is why we wanted to put that last bullet point there. Any questions?
Any questions from the commission?
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve that.
Fred was
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Ben Robinson, our wildlife super guru.
Good morning, gentlemen. How's
Good
everybody
morning.
doing this morning? So our first action item is the fall turkey archery and crossbow seasons, which would amend 301 KAR 2144 to remove hens from legal take during the fall archery season and the fall crossbow season, and also cleaning up any other regulations as necessary for conformity. So this item came through our wild turkey working group, and there was a lot of good discussion on it on both sides. There was both support and some opposition, and the support for obvious reasons, and the opposition basically only because of concerns for taking away opportunities from hunters. But however, we are still proposing to leave the shotgun portion of the fall season in place, which would just limit the archery and crossbow. So if there's any other members that would like to speak to that were on the wild turkey working group, Mr. Chairman, I would turn it back over to you to invite comment from them.
Any comments from the working group?
I'll request to speak.
All right.
Is that right? Can I share a letter from TFT? That'd be okay? Commissioner, or
Yes.
Chair? So Jason Lapardis and TFT wrote a letter that I want to read. And dear commissioners, on behalf of turkey hunters representing turkeys for tomorrow, we write to strongly oppose any changes to the current fall turkey archery and crossbow seasons, nor the spring turkey seasons. There is not any scientific evidence to support the removal of bearded hens from harvest that will positively change population dynamics for wild turkey populations. No one knows what the exact numbers of bearded hens that are in the population across the state, but it would be considered extremely low. Additionally, the number of harvested bearded hens in the fall and spring is equivalent to less than a fraction of a percent, which will not yield any changes to population statewide. Furthermore, removing the ability to harvest bearded hens may lead to more wildlife violations and create enforcement issues throughout Kentucky. We believe in a collaborative conservation to ensure that our hunting community can have quality experiences without the concern of violating wildlife laws. Younger birds in the fall are harder to identify, and this may create issues with our hunting community. Additionally, many hunters rely on looking for a on birds in the spring and the fall to help verify the ability to harvest. Turkey for Tomorrow is a nonprofit focused on saving wild turkey using science-based solutions and long-term sustainability. That's from Jason Lapardis. And the one thing that I would say within our working group is none of the biologists that were in our working group supported either one of these changes. That would be the one thing that I would say. I think everybody in the working group, including all of us as commissioners, want to make sure that our turkey populations are on the rise. We love turkey hunting. This is the best time of the year with spring turkey season coming up. I'm looking forward to it, but I don't think that this change nor the next one that we're going to talk about are going to make any significant population changes. So that'd be my.
I'd like to comment on part of that. I'm also in the turkey working group, and only hen turkeys lay eggs. And I think the saving of one turkey in certain areas would make a significant difference. One of the NWTF members that was also in one of the groups brought up a study that I had never heard of, but he also said that bearded hens were proven to be better nesters because they were larger, stronger birds. And some of these hens that we're removing, and they always say it's not a significant number, but in certain areas, maybe not statewide, but in certain areas, I think this is a significant number. If you saved one or two hens in a localized area, it would definitely make a difference. I mean, with that way of thinking, when we first turned our first birds loose, you could have said, well, there's 12 hens that we turned loose on this farm. 6 of them were not going to make it, so let's just go ahead and hunt them, because they're going to be dead anyway. And it just doesn't make sense to me to say that just, if we save 100 hens across the state, that it's not going to make a difference. Well, I think it will. That could potentially be thousands of turkeys, young turkeys, over the next 5 or 6 years. And it's especially the fall archery season. I know what happens out there. The hunter's in a deer stand, he's hunting over a corn pile, a flock of turkeys comes in, and he'll take a shot at them, and he may hit one. If it does not go down right there on the spot and runs off 300 or 400 yards, he will not go back and look for it. Another one standing out there that didn't run away, he'll shoot that one, and the same thing may happen. He may not even take a turkey that day, or he may shoot till he finally gets one to drop. And I just think that's an unnecessary, it's an opportunist thing for turkeys, especially the fall season. And the spring season, I'm open to, with bearded hens, I'm open to allowing youth hunters, 15 and under, to take a bearded hen. But I think an adult hunter out there taking a bearded hen is just an unnecessary resource that we're losing on a piece of ground. Point of parliamentary procedure. I think Jeff's last comment pertains to the following, or the coming action item. Just to clarify that, of the taking a bearded hen in the spring. We're currently on the fall one now, just not to confuse anybody watching.
I have any more questions?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
just want to make a couple of comments, and I'm not saying what Commissioner Raymer is saying is not true, but the challenge for us is that we need to have proof of that, well, maybe not illegal, but unethical activity. I'm not sure that we have that. Maybe law enforcement can inform that conversation. And I will say, as it relates to the fall turkey archery and crossbow seasons, you've got an extremely low end where you're talking about your numbers are so small. So it may be negligible as to whether or not it makes a significant difference. The challenge that I have here is that we're always trying to base these decisions on scientific evidence. And I don't know that we necessarily have that available to say that this is sort of a valid hypothesis to move forward. And, you know, I guess to further that conversation is, does it create the potential of having conflicting information out there, or at least beliefs in our user group of hunters, where we may create a legal quandary if we try to make a change, understanding that this regulation change wouldn't go into effect until down the road. But I guess the overall question from a scientific perspective, if we think that it's going to make a fundamental difference, or if it's going to be basically a non-issue by taking out the ability for people to harvest hens through the fall crossbow and bow season.
Yeah, that's a great question, and you know, we don't have a lot of evidence that would suggest that the fall harvest is detrimental right now to our populations, just because the numbers are so low. So that's why we haven't. This is kind of more of an opportunity, social type issue, because biologically we don't think this will have a real negative impact one way or the other,
Right.
whichever the decision, which way that goes. But it would have an impact on limiting some opportunity for folks that do enjoy using crossbows and archery equipment in the fall. So that's really the decision point.
Sure.
I will say I have had some feedback on this, and it's been overwhelming in favor of getting rid of because people understand what's going on. And I don't see people targeting turkeys only in the fall of the year. And I'm an archery person, and I know thousands of hunters around this area in the state and other states that I've talked to frequently, and it's just not something that's done very often. And, you know, with our crossbows being where they can shoot 70 and 80 yards now, I just think it's an unnecessary thing. And it could always be brought back in if our turkey population increases again. It's a simple thing to bring it back, you know, but I feel like our turkey population in the state of Kentucky is in decline. I mean, I drove all the way up here yesterday and never saw a bird anywhere. And that's something that shouldn't happen. So.
One more comment. I don't mean to create a contentious issue here, but I guess your comment about it's easy to bring it back, it's really not easy, because we got to go through this whole process again, you know, if we bring it back and then it's delayed again. So anyway, I think that point just needs to be made, because it is a decision that we're making that's going to have an impact that if we want to unwind, we'll have to come back and go through the formal process again. So I say that more for the hunters and the sportsmen and sportswomen out there to understand, you know, because a lot of people call and they say, why don't you change this? And not understanding that even when we change something, it may be the next hunting season before it goes into effect. So.
And I understand that, but I have not had one person call and tell me that they wanted to keep the fall archery part of it. I did have people say they wanted to keep the firearm season in the fall, and I understand that. There's people that use dogs to hunt turkeys in the fall, and it's a sport that you know, probably limited amount of people participate in, but they do. But not one person has called and said, I want to be able to hunt turkeys in the fall to me.
Any further comments? Roll call.
District 1, aye. District 2,
Aye.
District 3.
Question, comment, or question?
Do we have a motion?
Oh, I'm dummy. You're supposed to speak up when that happens.
Yeah. We need a motion.
I'll make the motion for a roll call vote.
Need a second? Roll call, please.
District 1, aye. District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Yeah, for lack of scientific evidence, I'm going to abstain from this vote.
Okay. District 4?
No.
District 5?
I'm a no on this one as well.
District 8? District 9? Mr. Chairman, the motion passes 4-2 with an abstention on the 3rd district.
Thank you. Mr. Ben Robinson, our wonderful wildlife director, again for spring turkey season.
Yes, sir. So spring turkey season, which would amend 301 KAR 2142, proposes to remove bearded hens from legal take during the spring turkey season, and then also cleaning up any other regulations as necessary for conformity. Mr. Chairman?
Time out. Gabe, is there any way I can get about 4 more roll call sheets? Apologize. Okay.
We have any questions on amending spring turkey season?
No questions, but I think the same comments, for the last item is
Okay.
similar to this one, on my behalf.
I do have. I have no problem with allowing the youth, like I made a comment earlier, to take a bearded hen. I know if you've got a child out there and you have a bearded hen come in and, you want them to harvest that bird, it would be apparently a low number. But I don't know if everybody is seeing this over the state of Kentucky. I am seeing more bearded hens than I've ever seen in years past. I mean, the last 4, 5, 6 years, it's like I see a flock of 10 birds, 2 or 3 of them sometimes will have beards, and they're, bearded hens. And I don't know if it's a trending thing or why that's going on, but I just think an adult turkey hunter out there can tell the difference between a bearded hen and a gobbler, and maybe a low number, but I don't think it's an insignificant number and may make a difference. So,
Mr. Chair, question, again, on the science, and are the biologists in agreement with this concept of taking bearded hens off the table for the spring turkey season?
So I would almost echo what I just said about the fall. It's very similar there, that the number is pretty small and probably inconsequential to the overall population. So it, again, kind of comes down to just limiting opportunity for folks. I'm not sure that we have a strong opinion either way on this one. Mm-hmm. And as far as, your comment on more bearded hens, we have no evidence to suggest that, but anecdotally I hear the same thing. I hear a lot of folks, commenting on that they seem to be seeing more bearded hens, so, but don't have any necessarily data to back that up.
Yeah, and I guess my main concern is that we're kind of going on feelings and thoughts here as opposed to the scientific evidence. And I wonder if we're not getting into the same trap as the reason people don't want to harvest does. I know we're talking about a different species, but before, we didn't want to harvest does because they were our producers. And now we've got a problem being overrun with does. I'm not saying we're going to be overrun with turkeys, but still we sort of get into that same conversation as to why we wouldn't take them. And again, I know the science is different and you've got a bigger clutch of eggs and the potential for it to be more devastating, but I really am concerned about the science not being taken into consideration here and just thinking that it's the right thing to do, because once you make these decisions, you may have unintended consequences down the road. So that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I'll make one more comment. I think my discussions with people in my district are a no on this. I think the science and biologists, everybody that I've talked to, this is not going to make a difference in our populations. So I would be a no either way, but I do think if the commission chooses to pass it, that we should clearly make youth capable of killing a bearded hen. But I would also argue that spring turkey season is the best time to take new hunters, whether they're an adult or a youth. I mean, I took a new 36-year-old hunter who was a transplant from Georgia last year, took him turkey hunting, killed his first turkey. And so turkey hunting is a great opportunity for people who've never hunted in their lives to get out in the woods. And if a bearded hen would have came by, that'd have been the only thing that came by, I would have loved to seen him harvest that. So I'm going to be a no either way, but if the commission chooses to pass it, I would just say youth for sure should be able to take a bearded hen.
Any further comments? Greg, we don't want to leave you out. Do you have any comments?
No, not really.
Okay.
The only thing I think we need to watch whenever we limit opportunity, and that's my only point.
All right, thank you. Any further questions? I need a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion that we accept this with the fix of the youth hunter being able to take a bearded hen.
We have a second?
I could not hear the motion. What is the motion?
Sorry about that, Greg.
That's all right.
I make a motion that we accept this with the amendment that the youth hunter is allowed to take a bearded hen in the spring.
I'll make the second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
District 1, aye. District 2,
Aye.
District 3,
No.
District 4,
No.
District 5,
No.
District 8, District 9. The motion passes 4-3.
Thank you. We need a clarification on the motion for the previous fall turkey, archery, and crossbow season, as our parliamentarian had suggested. So we need that to be more clear and concise.
The motion. I made the motion that we accept the proposal as written in the agenda, or to vote on the proposal for the fall turkey item as written in the agenda. Commissioner Shortridge was the second.
The precise wording wasn't that clear when we did. That's why we were just wanting to
Okay.
clarify that was what the motion was. If we could just poll the commission and make sure everybody's votes stay the same
Okay?
with that as the motion.
Everyone's vote, we'll just do another roll call to clarify it.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second on the fall turkey, archery, and crossbow season. Roll call vote, please.
District 1, aye. District 2,
Aye.
District 3,
Abstention remains.
District 4,
No.
District 5,
No.
District 8, District 9.
Okay.
The motion carries 4-2 with a sit out.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Ben Robinson, modified bear season.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So modify bear season, which would amend 301 KAR 2300, black bear seasons and requirements. The first proposal would be to remove the physical check requirement for harvested bears and require hunters to submit a tooth of any harvested bear back to the agency. Expand the chase-only season, beginning the day after spring turkey season through the end of September. Prohibit bear chase on wildlife management areas within the elk hunting zone during the month of September to not conflict with elk archery and gun seasons. Expand archery and modern gun seasons in Bear Zone 1 to run a full 5 days for each season. It's currently 3 days. And establish a youth-only bear season opening the second Saturday in October and running 2 days in bear zones 1, 2, and 3. And just a note that would overlap with the first 2 days of youth deer. And also to clean up any other regulations as necessary for conformity. Mr. Chairman?
Okay, do I have any questions from the commission?
Yes, Chair. The main objective here is to what?
Main objective here is really to provide some more opportunity. You know, we've got a robust and growing bear population, and we feel confident that we can provide a little more opportunity for our hunters out there.
Right, so to increase the harvest of bear, because we've seen the numbers pretty well explode in some areas, correct?
Yes, and then, you know, there's a few different items on here. The other is with our chase on our wildlife management areas, just trying to provide better opportunities for elk hunting as well, to limit some user conflict out there.
All right, thank you.
The overlap of the youth, is that purposeful or incidental?
It's just the way that kind of the calendar falls. You know, there's so much competition and so little space in there, but it probably will provide some good opportunity while folks are out in the woods.
I'd like to make a comment. This is really some great work, I think, by the department. The Bear Association reached out to me last night, and they are against the prohibit bear chase on wildlife management areas within the elk hunting zones during the month of September to not conflict with elk archery and gun season. I would like to have a little bit more information on that for the commission, so we can understand that part of it a little bit better. But other than that, it's great work. So that's the only concern that my constituents with the Bear Hunters Association have. So.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, I can call Dr. Hast to the table as well if you'd like some info on that right now.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, Dr. Hast.
Appreciate it. Yeah, so you know, the month of September, we've got a couple elk guides in the audience with us. Month of September is a busy time on our WMAs, and it's probably my top or second biggest comment on our elk hunter survey. Is just having those folks disturbed. And it's one of those things, I mean, a dog hunting group has a big footprint. You know, they're not sitting in a tree stand quietly. They're up there with dogs and pickup trucks doing their thing. So we really think, I mean, that's a point of pressure on some of our popular wildlife management areas. So that would be a good chunk. That's a popular time to run dogs. I completely understand that. And just a point of clarity, this would not be on hunter access areas. So it's just wildlife management areas.
Okay. Thank you,
Yep.
Dr. Ask. Have any more questions? Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve this as written.
Second. Roll call, please.
District 1, aye. District 2? Aye. District 3?
Aye.
District 4? Aye. District 5?
Aye.
District 8? Aye. District 9? Aye. Unanimous vote, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Since we're going into our discussion items, we'd like to take a small 5-minute break and let everyone take a break. Okay, now that we're back from our break, we're into discussion items. Mr. Ben Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've invited Mr. Joe McDermott, our deer program coordinator, up as well, since the next two items involve deer, in case there's any questions on those. But the first is the overlap of youth-only gun deer season and early muzzleloader season. And this was a request that actually came out of the CWD working group by some commission members on that group that really requested to revisit the overlap of these two deer seasons that are found in 301 KAR 2172. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll hand it back over to you.
Okay, any questions, comments from the commission?
Yeah, just to comment on that particular point, the primary concern is the safety concerns that we thought might exist. We want to, not create any user conflict for those individual youths that are out there versus individuals that are going out muzzleloader hunting. I'm not certain that there needs to be a revision or a change to this particular issue at this point, but I thought it was worth having the discussion here and asking the team as well as law enforcement if there were any concerns on behalf of the agency and, where they see any conflict that may arise from this.
Yeah, I mean, to address it from the Wildlife Division perspective, we saw no conflict on that, and it seemed to be a good thing for us. Anytime we can provide a little more opportunity to get some antlerless deer killed specifically, so more time in the woods for folks is a good thing. I'm not sure we really accomplished that, and Mr. McDermott could speak to the numbers on that. It was successful, but I think folks are just harvesting their deer maybe at a different time. Whenever you provide a different season framework or a different structure, maybe they're just taking that deer maybe a little in a different season, not necessarily increasing harvest. But we didn't see any issues with the overlap. I would defer to Colonel McQuarrie with law enforcement if there were any concerns from an enforcement perspective. But for us, I think we were okay with the overlap.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I know. I mean, and this was just one season that we've had this problem. There was, of course, an accident last year through the youth season. And I got several calls on that. Why are you letting muzzleloader season overlap into the youth season? I'm not, personally, it's not a big deal to me whichever way we go with this, but I don't want to see a problem down the road or somebody actually get hurt, or I kind of go on the way that I think people are actually some people are actually going to do this. For the youth to be out there, the adult has to have where they can take control of that firearm at any time when that child's out there. And I believe if an adult is also packing a gun, muzzleloader, and the youth is packing a gun, I don't foresee them being side by side all the time. And I think this is going to cause a problem down the road. I would rather leave the youth season clean to the youth. Personally, I would like to get rid of the weekend muzzleload season and give the muzzleloaders maybe a little bit better time when the weather's better, cooler weather or something, and just leave that season to the youth. If that would be my preference on that. I just don't think an adult out there hunting is not going to pay attention to the child if he's hunting also. And I'm afraid it's going to cause problems down the road.
I'm really reticent here because I don't want to rehash that incident for those individuals, because I'm sure everybody that was involved, that was their worst day imaginable. But do we know that those facts were relevant in that particular case? Was there actually an adult on the site, or was there any investigation or anything that was done with regard to that? And I understand there's a lot of sensitivity around commentary on this subject, so I want to be mindful of that. But I want to make decisions with the full evidence of information so that we can speak to that particular issue.
As counsel, just to make a quick comment on that, to advise department employees to speak only in broad terms in regard to that particular incident.
Sure.
To answer your question with respect to council, obviously a tragic incident that occurred, but that incident wasn't due to the overlap of muzzleloader and youth deer season.
Thank you for that.
And I understand that. I wouldn't say that one actually was, but once an accident happens, you can't take it back. You know, once that event occurs, it's done. And hindsight, always 20/20, but, you know, I just think that to limit that possibility as much as we can.
I'd like to make a comment if I could.
Go ahead, Greg.
I've been on the commission for a little bit. This overlap of season was brought up by a commissioner and brought into existence because of the overwhelming thought that putting adults with muzzleloaders in their hands gets more youth in the field. That was how this whole situation was sold to the commission about a year ago or so. It wasn't that long ago that these discussions happened on the commission, and it was an opportunity for more youth to get in the field, and that's why this overlap of season came in existence. And I don't think it's been around long enough to really have a good idea on its effect. But that's my comment.
Thank you, Greg.
Could you speak, Joe, to harvest rates during that weekend or anything like that to suggest that maybe there were more people out there hunting in the field?
Sure.
Anything like that?
So the youth hunters were more successful. They shot almost 5,700 deer, which is 2,000 more than the average. But then you look at the muzzleloader weekend, and we were about half as effective as we usually are. So we lost some deer on the muzzleloader side, but we gained more on the youth. All in all, the harvest was up overall, about 500 or 600 animals over that time period.
Were most of those antlered or antlerless, or any numbers on that?
Yes, 48% were female and 47 were antlered males. The rest were buck fawns.
I would just say, as a member of the CWD working group that, first brought this forth, I would be happy tabling this issue to see if there's more evidence gained, in the subsequent times. Understanding full well Commissioner Raymer's point about safety is a primary point of concern for all of us. I'm just not so certain that that is a major issue of contention at this point. So unless, they want to have further discussion, I would be fine with tabling the issue for further follow-up later.
Matt, are you saying that you want to table it as a discussion item for another discussion item to follow, or you want?
What I'm saying is I don't think it needs to go forward for an action item at the next meeting, is what I'm saying. I don't know that there's necessarily enough information to vote on this other than, what we think. I'm not getting a lot of feedback from user groups on, muzzleloader or the youth that are saying we should change it. I don't know if you all are. I have not received a great deal of feedback on it.
I haven't received a great deal of feedback on the overlap necessarily. I think we've received maybe one public comment for this meeting, and it was in favor of it or okay with it. I think, in my view, maybe we let this go for one more season and see how that how next season goes with this, and see if harvest is up again. Of course, we want to harvest more antlerless deer, and then of course we want our youth to be out there. But we have some real advocates of a muzzleloader within my district. I get a lot of phone calls about more opportunity with muzzle loaders and those things. So I still want to keep that season if we can, but maybe we table this and let this go one more season and see if we have any more data.
Ben, what's the department's stand?
You know, I mean, obviously safety is number one concern. We don't want to do anything that's going to jeopardize anybody's safety. Year one, we didn't seem to have any issues with safety. So I think tabling would be a wise recommendation, just to gather a little more data on, you know, a couple more seasons, whatever the commission chooses to do there as far as length, and then maybe revisiting it down the road.
Stephen, how do we need to make this motion?
As they were stating, just ask to table it and bring it back up at a later date once we get more data.
Yeah, I'll make that motion to table this discussion item, bring it up as more evidence comes forward in future meetings.
Since it's a discussion item, wouldn't we just vote on whether or not we're going to move it to an action?
We could do that. Generally, if we don't move it to an action, we let it remain on the agenda next time as a discussion again. And so if we're wanting to remove it from the agenda so we're not talking about it every 3 months for the next year or two, we would just table it at that point.
I thought if it didn't make the vote, then it died. That was my impression, but I could be wrong.
Generally, we don't even, we're just deciding whether or not to move it to the next agenda as an action item or not. Once it gets to an action item, if it doesn't make the vote, then it dies. If it fails to pass and there's not an amended motion that passes, then it falls off.
Even if we moved it, not for this next meeting, but the next, I mean, even if we done something on the next meeting, it wouldn't be till the following year before it would come into effect anyway, wouldn't it?
Right.
I mean, you're not, because we're going to go through one more season of this, no matter what even if we voted on it on the next meeting.
That's correct.
And I mean, we got 3 months to work this out. I don't think it's that big a problem so we'd still have one more year before it would actually go into effect. I mean, I have no problem waiting till the second meeting to do something about it. And that would give us 6 months of discussion time.
From an efficiency standpoint, can the Wildlife Division gather any more data to contribute in that time to this argument, or is that a realistic expectation?
Aside from what Mr. McDermott just presented, as far as harvest totals and whatnot, we really don't have a whole lot else to add right now. Comparing just safety, potential law enforcement complaints or citations, and total harvest would really be what we have. And that's sort of been presented already. And we're really only talking 1 year right now, so.
Well, on that same note, Colonel, would the law enforcement be able to provide any more detail to this if we kept the discussion for the next quarterly?
We could review citations to see if there was any overlap. There's none that I'm aware of. That does not mean they don't exist.
I think that data would be good data to contribute to this discussion. I'm curious to anybody else's thoughts on that.
There's a motion on the floor to table it. I can revise that motion if we just want to keep it as a discussion item on the next agenda item and try to get more facts and feedback from the community. The reason we have this process set up is to allow our sportsmen and sportswomen to provide input into it, so maybe they'll give us more evidence. So we just don't take an action item. We don't take a vote to move it to an action item. We just keep it on discussion for the next agenda.
We need a second.
I apologize. Was it your motion that is before the board?
It was, the original motion was to table it, but I'm revising it to just say we do not move it to an action item. We keep it on the discussion section of the agenda for the next meeting.
All right, we would just need a second for that.
Yep.
I second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, on to the next one. Ben?
Yes, sir. Next is a proposal to create a new January 3-day antlerless firearms hunt in Zone 1 through 3 counties, which would amend 301 KAR 2172, deer hunting seasons, zones, and requirements. And the proposal is to create an antlerless-only firearms hunt the last 3 days of Kentucky's deer season, which is the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday weekend, in deer zones 1 through 3. And then a cleanup item here that's unrelated to that would be removing references to disposal permits to conform with another regulation, 301 KAR 2176, and then also cleaning up any other regulations as necessary for conformity. Mr. Chairman?
Any comments?
Yeah. Chair.
Go ahead.
Click.
Okay, I'm not real big on this one. I think it's just a bad time of the year. We may have a lot of big bucks that done drop their horns. We may lose. I have a proposal to move it to the Christmas weekend, or the Christmas week, when the kids are out of school. So you will get more kids involved in harvesting the does. Kids are out of school 2 weeks, usually through Christmas. Pick a week in there, I think. Josh, what was you talking about?
Maybe I'll ask Joe a question here. Like, I was thinking right after Christmas, 26th, right? Kids are out of school. Even a lot of adults are out of work during that season. Would it be more beneficial to move this to that time frame, and maybe even make it through the end of the year, through the 31st, and make that an opportunity where kids and adults are off work through that holiday season? I'm all for a late antlerless season. Yeah. That's when I like to kill my does. So just a question I had.
It would be a firearm antlerless only.
Right. Yeah. And as far as the comment about antler drop, and I know that is a concern for folks the later you get in the season, and Mr. McDermott ran some numbers on that just based on our archery harvest and whatnot, and can provide that.
Yes, so the 5-year average on those 3 days in particular, that Saturday, Sunday, Monday, people generally harvest around 770 antlerless deer. We're only talking about antlerless deer here. 22 of those on average, so it's less than 3%, are telechecked as shed bucks. And if you look across a lot of our different southeastern states that have these late seasons, that's a pretty comparable trend, under 5%. An example is Oklahoma, right? They have the same season. It's actually a lot longer than ours, and they're harvesting more deer, or longer than what we're proposing, and they're still sub 5%. So that's what we would anticipate.
Is this coming from the CWD working group? Is that where this is coming from?
No, sir. This one is coming directly from the Wildlife Division.
And the only problem I have with that is most of your big bucks, which are stressed, your 150s, 160s, are going to be dropping your horns a lot sooner. And I see that every year. I mean, that's some of the first sheds that I find are off bigger deer. And the young deer will hold them till even, to March sometimes. So some of those bucks that may have been killed were probably some of your biggest potential bucks. And I know it's not a huge number, but it is a number.
Yeah, and I guess to go back to Mr. Cummins' question, about backing this up, and I'll let Mr. McDermott speak a little bit about that and why we chose, the days that we did, or why we recommended that. First and foremost, we're just interested in getting, more antlerless deer harvested. And so we're trying to find ways, as I mentioned earlier, with bears, there's a lot of competition for calendar space in the fall and in the winter. And so we have to pay close attention to that to make sure that we're not overlapping. That time of year is a prime time for small game hunters as well. You've got folks out in the field, so you don't want to extend this out too long to where we're really becoming problematic with those folks. So that's why we try to make this as short as we could on those 3 days and just provide more folks opportunity. I don't think we're opposed to the idea of around Christmas. We would just really want to take a closer look at the calendar to see where we're at and what competition there is. And Mr. McDermott, if you wanted to weigh in kind of on why we chose that later time period.
We were actually looking at different like how schools do their days off throughout the year. Is there standardized ways, is there a time that every student is off school, and it's everybody's schedule by district is kind of weird. But when you're looking at all those data across the different schools, one theme that came up to me is every kid is off for MLK Day, and almost every adult is too. So you get a good window there where youth are off school already, so they could do that. It moves us a little bit further away from the Christmas area and stuff, because there's just a lot of stuff going on. It's really jam-packed in that season. And, I think with deer behavior too, at that time of year, you generally are seeing larger groups of does, right? They're getting out of that rut period after hunting. They're kind of coming back out of the woodwork, so to speak. So I think it's a good time to actually harvest these antlerless deer. Quite simply, we're just not getting it done on our other seasons. We've had a very long history of a pretty standard deer season, and we're just not, despite new harvest objectives or whatever we try to promote, we're not getting those antlerless deer harvested. So we've either got to increase those harvest spikes in the existing seasons, which is really difficult to do. We haven't been able to do it, or we have to create new harvest spikes, right? So that's the impetus behind this. And you generally see higher percentages of females in the harvest the later in the year we go. For instance, Modern Firearms is pretty low female harvest, right? We only shoot about 38% females in that season, that's when everybody's out there. But in late muzzleloader, we start skewing more towards females. We shoot about 60%. So then I'm hoping, well, obviously if it's an antlerless only season, it would only be, most all females for that last season. But, the total percentage of females in the harvest has gone down. It's been going down for a decade now, right? We're at 43%. We're not killing half, of what we need to in some of these areas. So that's really the impetus behind it, just to make sure it was a time period that I knew everybody was off work, and it's a really good time to be out there to harvest those.
So, Commissioner Raymer, could we go ahead and you think pass this, because we could get some good data on your buck harvest from that. I don't believe that, from the conversations I've had with some of my constituents, that the buck numbers would be that relevant. But if we put a stipulation in there to say we need the age and the antlers that were harvested, would that be okay?
Well, they'd have to be doe only.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? Yeah. So.
You're talking
antlerless only.
Right, antlerless only.
Yeah.
So, but he just said that there was a small percentage of antlerless bucks that were taken.
If we move this forward, when would it come into effect?
So it's discussion now. This would not be in effect for this coming deer season. This would be, in theory, 27, 28 season.
Yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
We do need to harvest more does.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's not a person in this room would argue that, so.
I'm all for an antlerless season. I think the biggest complaint that I've heard is some small game hunters. Do you think that 3-day season, obviously it's shorter, but that Christmas time season, there's a lot of small game hunters hunting in that Christmas time season. Yeah. So I would be for this 3-day season, and I think obviously the check-in system is still going to be the same. So if somebody harvests a buck that is dropped, we're going to know about it. So
I'm fine. I mean, I don't think it's going to significantly change anything one way or the other. I hope we get a huge number of does killed in that 3 days. I mean, that's why I was thinking the Christmas time might make it a little bit, might get a few more, but if we had a whole week. But it would affect the small game hunters some, so I understand.
I need a motion to move this to an action item for the next commission meeting, full commission meeting.
I make a motion to move this to an action item next meeting.
Second the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Commissioner Gabe Jenkins, non-resident hunting license.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to come talk to you this morning. So, I have a business item before you, non-resident hunting license. Proposed to amend 301 KAR 5022. That's our license and fee reg, to bundle the non-resident hunting license to also include a non-resident fishing license. Proposal would to increase the cost of that non-resident hunting license from $35 from $169.12 to $204, and then clean up any additional regulations as necessary to conform. Just to give a little bit more background on what we're talking about, when I went back and looked at license sales history over the last couple years, we've been averaging around 35,000 non-resident hunting licenses. When I then took those purchasers and then looked at how many of those were purchasing some sort of fishing privilege, whether that be the annual fishing license or a short-term 1-day, 7-day license, that equated to about 2,500. So essentially there was 32,000 hunters who don't fish in Kentucky. And this is a pretty common bundle that you see in the West where they bundle this non-resident fishing with the hunting. That allows for additional revenue streams. It also allows for us to have more license sales on the fishing side to, one, have direct increase in funds, but also an increase in our license sales to increase our Dingle-Johnson appropriations for the fishing side. So we looked at this as a way to maximize some funds and also touch on that point a little bit. With that, I'd be glad to take any questions that you have.
Any questions or comments?
I have a question. Based on like prior year trend, do you have any idea what the DJ dollars would amount to by doing this?
I asked that question when we were putting this together. It's kind of hard to predict. One thing with DJ, specifically in our anglers, we see a lot of churn. We have a very high churn of anglers that from one year to the next don't fish. And so we know that our hunters are a little bit more consistent. So we're hoping that our non-resident hunters would be consistent, and this would be a consistent number moving forward. But put a price point on that or know that we weren't able to quite do that.
Even with this price increase, we're still going to be relatively cheaper compared to the surrounding states, correct?
Correct. So, I mean, this would put it at $200, a little over $200 currently. For the hunting license itself, now, most of our non-resident hunters are also probably purchasing a deer license or deer privilege of some sort, same with spring turkey or fall turkey. So they are adding on additional fees. I do think that's something we have to be cognizant of. We're getting up there in the prices of our non-resident fees, but we're also seeing still a slight increase every year in our participation from our non-residents. So I think there's some room for growth, but I do think there is a ceiling. And a handful of years ago, we did a survey of our non-resident hunters, and we asked them, why are you coming to Kentucky to hunt? And I think this is something that we probably need to look at again. It was very eye-opening to me was the fact that they weren't coming to go with an outfitter, the majority, that is, to go with an outfitter or for the opportunity to harvest a big deer. The common thread was, I'm coming to hunt with friends and family. And so they were coming back to hunt on family land or to spend time with their loved ones. And that is the cohort we have to be careful that might, if we get too high, they just might not come. The ones that are going with outfitters or guides and coming in, they're gonna pay this. So just be aware there is that, and I'd love to redo that survey and provide that info to you guys in the future if we talk non-resident fees again.
Just one comment, Chair. I've received a great deal of feedback on this, and I think some people won't know non-resident hunters or fishermen coming to the state, but I think we know the benefit that they afford the agency through buying these licenses and the economic impact that they have. And to your point, I know a lot of people that grew up in Kentucky that moved away that actually come back here to hunt. Yep. And I think that this is a nominal increase, but it gives them now the opportunity to fish as well. And I think it sort of meets that cry for increasing the non-resident fees, but it doesn't get so astronomical that you're going to, prohibit them from coming to the state. And we've got great resources here. We want our people that live here to be able to, have great results out there in the field or on the water, but I think having non-residents is a viable sustainability piece to the work that we do here as well. So thank you for your methodical approach and deliberation on this issue. Thank you.
Commissioner would like to have a comment here.
I just want to thank Gabe. This is great leadership. It's the kind of thing that, we're tasked to do as an agency, additional privileges, federal grant opportunities that we don't receive today, and coupled with CPI, thank you for great leadership.
I think the main questions that I, have people that are concerned that if we continue to raise our non-resident, we're gonna lose some, and you address some of that as well. I personally have a love-hate relationship with non-resident hunters, and I'm sure other states that I go to have a love-hate relationship with me as well. We're good for revenue, but we're also, taking away an opportunity for them. But I know that some local farmers around us, non-resident hunters, help pay their bills and those type of things as well when they lease their property. I have a love-hate relationship with that as well. But I would just ask maybe if we could see how this correlates to the surrounding states with us. Maybe at the next, when we, I think it's still going to be lower because I've hunted in surrounding states as well, but just to kind of prove that point that it is lower even with this increase.
On the price point, you mean?
Yeah. Yeah,
I could provide that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a little noise when you compare any states, because some of them, they bundle, some they don't. Some come with all the privileges. But I'll be glad to provide that to you for the hunting licenses.
If there's no further questions, I'll make the motion to send this to an action item on our next meeting.
I second a motion to do that.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, thank you, Commissioner Jenkins. All right, Mr. Dreves, our Fisheries Director.
Morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
This item here we're talking about is the modification of regulations controlling land and water use at Department Lakes. This ought to be quite familiar because we've been on the agenda with this for a little bit and tabling it. Just wanted to give you an update. Since February, we've had 4 listening sessions where we were able to have public input on how folks view the changes that we may make on this. And so this will give the working group an opportunity to now go back and finalize what we are going to bring forward. So remains to be seen if it will be at the next meeting, but hopefully we will have something soon. But again, I will request that we table this and let the working group continue their deliberations.
We have a motion to table.
I'll make a motion to table it. As a member of that working group, I think we still got some work to do, and the listening sessions have been good, but I think we need to table it again.
Second. All in favor? Aye. All right, we're into new business. And if it's okay, Mr. Greaves, we'll just lump yours together before we make a decision.
Certainly. So this new business item, the first one is the amend 301 KAR 1146. This is our commercial fishing gear regulation. This is, you could characterize this as a loosening of regulations. We would like to add hoop net and seines with certain specifications and fishing methods as illegal commercial fishing gear. And it kind of requires an amendment here, as well as I'm going to talk about it, just mention it in the next regulation as well. But anyway, this would be to allow hoop nets and seines as illegal commercial fishing gear.
I make a motion to take it to discussion.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Let's let
Oh, apologies.
the director, you go ahead and finish the rest of them.
Okay. The next one is a regulation that's 301 KAR 152. It's the harvest and sale of invasive carp regulation. And we have a number of proposed amendments in this one. We would like to add reporting of the time frame when fishing activities will occur and the commercial fishing gear to be employed for the call-in information. We would like to, there's a harvest ratio requirement of invasive carp to scaled rough fish. It's currently 65-35. We'd like to increase that to 75-25 to increase, to maintain and increase the focus on invasive carp. We want to eliminate or recommend to eliminate the waiver of commercial fishing license fees for invasive carp only harvest. And again, we're going to include the hoop, net, and seine as a allowable method within this invasive carp harvest program. We want to remove the requirement for daily harvest summary card, and we're going to require additional data, that same data be reported on the monthly commercial fishing report. And we would like to update the list of program participants monthly instead of weekly. We want to remove the water body list for experimental commercial fishing methods to allow more areas to be commercially fished. We would like to require experimental commercial fishing methods license be purchased within 30 days of selection for the program. We're recommending that the language to require minimum participation in the program to remain in the program. So basically, if you get selected, you actually have to experiment instead of just holding a spot. Broaden the program suspension language, and then clean up any other regulations necessary for conformity. And again, a number of those provisions you could characterize as loosening the regulation. And I have others in other commercial fishing regulations, but in a different reg. If you want me to read those before you make a motion, or whatever your pleasure, Mr. Chair.
Does anyone have any questions on these items?
No, unless we have objections to any of these, we're just going to move them on to discussion next, so we can do them all as one, can we? Okay.
No further questions. We'll take a motion in a second to move forward.
We're going to let him read the next one, correct?
Oh, I thought he was done. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Dreves.
I got another commercial fishing reg with some recommended changes. This is 301 KAR 155. One of the recommendations is to transition to an online application and reporting of commercial fish harvest. We would like to clarify the language with regard to license suspensions. We would like to add the following list of convictions requiring suspension of commercial fishing license, that being a violation of any size or daily limit, violation of harvesting fish out of season, or a violation of fishing in any closed waters. All would be a suspendable offense. Except for invasive carp, fish harvested by commercial fishing license holders must stay in the vessel or attached to the vessel until offloaded at the boat ramp. We would like to clarify the Lower Ohio River Trophy Catfish Harvest Permit Program suspension language. And we would like to make sure that when you are to be eligible, you must harvest 10,000 pounds of catfish from the main stem only, and that's a clarification. And then obviously any cleanup as necessary.
Dave, can you explain that one to me? You must harvest 10,000 pounds?
Yeah, it's a clarification because right now the regulation says that they must harvest 10,000 pounds from the main stem of the Ohio River or any tributaries. So last year we made the trophy fish harvest program only allowable in the main stem. So it stands to reason if you only allow the permit to be effective for the main stem, that 10,000 pound harvest requirement should be just the main stem, because right now it says tributaries as well as the main stem, and the fact is that basically everything that's open to commercial fishing in Kentucky feeds into the Ohio River, so everything's a tributary. Okay. So we're just, since we clarified that the lower Ohio trophy permit last in a previous regulation change, it's just the main stem, we wanted to make sure to be eligible to continue, you harvest just from the main stem.
Gotcha.
Chair, got a bullet point 2 there, Mr. Dreves. Transition to online application and reporting of commercial fishing harvest. I apologize for my ignorance on that, but can you clarify what that means versus what we're doing currently?
So currently it's required that you report your commercial fishing harvest monthly on a paper commercial fishing report. Okay. And they have to send it in snail mail. And so this is an effort to get a little bit more expediency in that process. Hopefully it'll be easier for commercial fishers. And fact is, we don't have an online application process either where you can't pay online. You have to fill out a paper application and send it in with a check. And so my understanding is our IT team already has an online application process that they're testing right now with staff. And we have the online reporting for fishing guides that was built due to a previous regulation change where we required reporting by the guides. Well, that template is my understanding is that it won't be a heavy lift for the IT folks to use that as a template for commercial fishing reporting. And so the hope is by the time this would get through the process in the next commercial fishing season next year, that it would be up and running and we would have online commercial fishing reporting if you gentlemen chose to move it forward.
Understood. We're just modernizing, and don't want to speak ill of our other public servant brethren, but the mail system doesn't work as great as it used to, that's for sure.
Sometimes it can be slow, yes.
One question I have, second bullet point from the top of it, transition to online application. I'm assuming that's going to include an online payment option.
Yes, sir. It's already being tested, is my understanding.
I've got a lot of commercial fishermen down where I live, and this past year, or this past season with the new license, there was some difficulty and stress getting their line tags, and anything to streamline it would be greatly beneficial to those people, affects their livelihood. So
definitely think it's going to be win-win for everybody in terms of the reporting, because obviously it takes staff time to key punch it, but if it's online, it's already entered by the commercial fisher themselves.
That being said, do we want
to
make a motion?
We move these all
to
the next meeting as discussion, and all in favor?
Got a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye. Who's hot? No.
Gabe, yeah. Commissioner Jenkins, committee meeting structure.
Thank you, gentlemen, again. So, get my notes here real quick. At our last meeting, in the last handful of meetings, we've discussed committee meetings and implementing those moving forward. That was the desire of the commission last meeting, to implement those, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak into it with you all and basically work to set up that structure. So I'll be I guess a mouthpiece for the small working group that we had to kind of put this recommendation together to you. Just as a review, this was Commission Member Shortridge, Cummins, and Smith. The four of us worked. We met 4 or 5 meetings to kind of get to a proposal for you guys today. So I'll just be facilitating our outline, and then you gentlemen, by all means, please step in and speak to anything that we have. So really, we kind of set out and put together a draft document of what these would look like. And if you are okay with it, I'll just read all that just so everybody understands what we're talking about and what that looks like. I know we're all getting lots of questions on what is this, what is the appeal, so I think it just makes sense to just let me voice the concept that we've come up with. So for the creation of the committees, the commission is to establish 3 standing committees that will be charged with obtaining more public input. Committees conduct official business on part of the commission. As such, all committee meetings will be open meetings and shall comply with the same notice requirements as regular commission meetings. The 3 standing committees shall be 1, Lands and Wildlife Committee, 2, Licensing, Operations, and Public Outreach Committee, and 3, Enforcement, Boating, and Fisheries Committee. Business items eligible for committee review shall originate from the commission agenda, and the committee shall only address matters listed on the publicly noticed agenda. Assignments of a business item to a committee shall be made by a majority vote of the commission. Business items referred to by a committee for additional input shall be designated as such only at the time they appear on the commission agenda. Each committee shall consist of no more than 3 commission members and shall not include a quorum of the commission. No commission member shall serve on more than 1 committee at any given time, provided that the number of eligible sitting commission members is fewer than 9. A commission member may serve on no more than 2 committees concurrently if there are fewer than 9 sitting members. Committee members shall be nominated by commission members and shall be appointed upon approval of majority vote of a quorum of the commission. Committee appointments shall occur at the second quarter meeting of each commission, and those appointments shall be for a term of 1 year. The chair of each committee shall be elected by a majority vote of the commission. In the event of a tie, the commission chair will cast the deciding vote. No commission member shall serve as chair of more than 1 committee at a given time. Committees shall be composed solely of commission members. However, a committee may invite agency staff or members of the public to provide information or advisory input regarding matters properly before the committee. The names of the committees and the commission members assigned shall be published on the department's website, and their agendas and minutes shall likewise also be made publicly available. Anyone wishing to address a committee of the Fish and Wildlife Commission may provide public comments for the committee meeting in the same matter as detailed as the commission meetings. So with that, glad to take any additional input from the 3 members of the working group and answer any questions that you may have as our proposal.
Any questions? Comments?
What was the second committee? I got Lands and Wildlife.
So I'll repeat. The first committee is Lands and Wildlife Committee. The second is Licensing, Operations, and Public Outreach Committee. And the third is Enforcement, Boating, and Fisheries Committee. And so the vision was an item comes before the body and you feel like you need additional input. And as a collective commission, you would say, we believe this needs additional input to take to the public in a committee fashion. So you pick the item, whatever it is, we want it to go to a committee. And then the commission would decide then what committee it needs to go to. And those were kind of the broad concepts of what committee. So we looked at how the legislature does committees and how certain things go into a committee downtown and when they come out of, and it provides additional input in ways. So we didn't want there to be a wildlife division committee or an engineering committee. We were looking for kind of broader concepts to spread out the workload. We're busy, you're busy. We want to make sure that we are on point when we go to have our public meetings and interact with the public. And so trying to broaden the scope of these committees was our goal, I believe, in giving them the names that they are and what they would actually handle.
So Gabe, are these committees ad hoc at the discretion of the commission?
So the concept would be is we would establish those and then they would meet as needed. So if you would think about how we've just gone through the majority of our action and discussion items, at each item you could decide, hey, we're not quite ready for this, let's send it to a committee. And then that committee would then be charged to meet in the interim between meetings. So they would be standing, meet as needed, but would be established and stood up for the entire year.
A couple of things that I'll throw in, and Jay and Fred can speak as well if they want. I mean, the first thing is we wanted to make those categories broad, but also we wanted to make them to where not everybody was on the commission was drawn to one of those committees, but instead some of those issues could be spread out over those committees to make sure that you're actually interested and informed on the issue that would fit within that committee. And then the other question that I've had, and I've expressed this to Chuck, is can we update the committee structure without updating the bylaws? And we've talked about that. I don't know an answer to that. And I know we had a discussion about that as well. That's a question that I have that I don't know an answer to. Because the committee structure is within the bylaws. That's the only question that I have.
So the commission operates as you so choose. If you choose to do this just as ad hoc or how you want to stand that, that's upon you. Or if you want to formalize anything within your bylaws, that would be up to the collective group on what that would look like.
And I guess just a point of clarity, we're going to move it from this discussion to the discussion out of new business to discussion for the next meeting. So we'll get a lot more of that information, hopefully to inform that discussion at that point in time.
Yeah, I'll be glad to send out this document that I read from as we have this in a pretty solid draft, and it's been shared with the 3 members already. Yes, sir.
Okay, Gabe, if you want to go on to the next one, okay?
So continuing on, this is a new business item of creation of a habitat stamp. Proposed to amend 301 KAR 3010, and then also 301 KAR 5022, the fee reg. So this is a concept that I've been working with Commission Member Smith on and our legal department. The creation of a habitat stamp is something that we've talked about within the agency for my entire career. What that looks like, what it doesn't, how it applies, where it would apply. It's never been anything that we've really been able to get off the ground above a discussion internally. Commission Member Smith brought that to us as his desire to have formalized this discussion a little bit more. The ins and outs of what would it look like, the price points, who would it apply to, where it would apply, were not there. At this moment, it would probably be my recommendation, if you have an interest, it would be nice to get a few of you guys to put together a small working group on this to flesh the concept out. But it's kind of where we are. And Commissioner Member Smith, if you want to touch on any of that, it'd be fine.
The thought process behind the habitat stamp for me came from my travels in other states. I live in far, far west Kentucky. I go to Missouri, I go to Illinois. Both places I have to purchase some variant of a habitat stamp to hunt on WMAs. Well, I look at what Illinois does. They put that habitat dollar back into the WMA. So that's the number one goal, is to secure. We have really good initiatives on all of our WMAs. This would not be a new habitat initiative. This would be a means of better funding the initiatives we have in place already. And I get a lot of phone calls and comment like, why aren't we doing this? Why aren't we doing that as it pertains to managing the WMA? Well, when I talk to the area managers, it gets to a point to where, we don't have it in a budget. It seems to be a recurring thing. The goal of this is to expedite that and create better habitat my core belief of being on this commission is I want to put more targets, whatever it is, on our public lands. And that's, if you look at the recreational value of ground, it's getting more and more expensive to buy ground. I think part of this commission's duty is to provide good opportunities on public ground. That's where I'm at with this. As far as pricing, I leave that to the working group and the experts to really figure out what we can do, how we can do it, where is everybody comfortable with it. My envision, whatever that collective intake is, pending it's approved by the General Assembly's budget, we put it back in, dispersed evenly amongst the 9 regions represented on this commission.
Point of clarity, I may have missed, but I see that it's for both residents and non-residents. Do you know if those states that you referenced, if they have the fee applicable to residents of those states as well?
I know Illinois does.
Okay.
All right, excuse me. Either Illinois does and Missouri doesn't, or Missouri does and Illinois doesn't.
All right. If we can get that information, it'd be helpful in discussion, because I'm sure we're going to have some feedback from WMA users that are residents of the state. So, thank you.
That's a great question. We basically kind of put this in as a placeholder. There's lots of, who would apply to, who it might not. You exempt some folks, price points. We weren't really probably comfortable just the small group talking about that. That's why we wanted to come to you guys and expand it and see if you had an interest, if you'd be willing to serve on a working group with us to discuss this further.
Gabe, do we need to do the working group today in this meeting?
We don't. I guess we can work on that if you want to get with me or
okay.
with Commissioner Member Smith. And
okay.
We can establish
so we don't
that,
have to formally do it?
No, we don't. I mean, that's kind of, we work at that at your pleasure.
Okay.
We just can't have more than 3 members.
Yep.
So if you have a desire or interest, get me or speak up now. But I think that would be the best route moving forward.
I think this is an interesting concept. As a WMA hunter, I would gladly donate if I knew the funds were going to help my public land that I hunt. So my main concern is, like we said earlier with the increasing the non-resident funds, if we continue to increase here and increase here and increase here, are we going to see a detriment in terms of license sales and those things? And I think that is a concern for sure. But I do think that there are a lot of people who hunt WMAs that would go, yeah, I'll pay $10 as long as I know it's going, or whatever the fee would be, as long as I know it's going to WMA to make those changes and to help the habitat. I think there's a lot of public land hunters who would do that. So it is
I'm sure there's some in this room.
Yeah.
Yep, and I also think too, the price point matters, of course, but also how many users are we talking about? Bring in the wildlife division and try to gauge it, how much recreation we have on our WMAs. I know we have very limited info, but if it's a $2 or $3 permit, it's not really going to move the needle much when you spread it across the state. And so we have to temper expectations, and that's one concern that I do have, is that if we were to implement this, then there becomes this even more expectation. I paid $5 and I've not seen anything new on this WMA yet. And so I know Wildlife Division is passionate on this one, and I think it would make sense to bring them in and talk through probably some of the tier levels and participation. But good conversation to have. I just think we need to broaden our group. This one's has great potential, but also I think it has a lot of interest.
I think the other concern, sorry, go ahead, Jay.
No, you go ahead.
I think the other concern that some people have is non-hunters buying a stamp and coming on a WMA and they're not hunting, whereas those WMAs, are seen primarily as hunting and fishing and those type of things happening on the hunters on the WMAs. So one of the concerns, if you create a habitat stamp, somebody buys it, they're not a hunter, they just go hiking through the woods. Is that going to bring more of those people on the WMAs, or is it going to keep those out? That's a question I don't know an answer to.
We would have to determine who the habitat stamp applies to, which is perfect for the working group. I would even beg, or I say beg, I would even argue that this might be a good working group for some of our NGO partners, other sportsman groups.
Absolutely.
If it pleases the body.
Yep.
The number one complaint I get is appearance. And I hate that. I despise that, because I know how hard our people in the wildlife division work to maintain areas like Ballard, Otter Creek, Henderson Sloughs. This is the most passionate thing. I think this is the most biggest impact we can do for the next generation and preserving wildlife. I'm anxious to see who wants to be on the working group.
Okay. We need a motion to move these to discussion for our next committee meeting. And Commissioner Smith, you get with Commissioner Storm and Commissioner Jenkins, and on the working group.
I make a motion we move it to discussion.
Mr. Robinson on that.
I'll second that motion to move these two items to discussion.
Since we have a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Gabe.
All right, so I'll take the next one as well. Similar in kind of the previous one. This would be a recommendation, commercial activity on WMAs related to wildlife recovery. Proposal to amend 301 KAR 3010 and 5022 related to commercial activities and the recovery of wildlife carcasses. So this spins out of our December commission meeting, where we had an item before the body related to commercial activity on WMAs and clarifying what was commercial activity and what is not. This was a point of discussion about removing wildlife carcasses. Simply put, paying somebody to help you come remove an animal or to help find an animal on a WMA. Commission Member Smith and Commission Member Cummins led that conversation, worked with the two of them to kind of give us some broad concepts here as a new business item to at least get on the agenda. When I went back and listened to the last meeting, it was pretty much charged that this needed to be on the next meeting as a new business item. So we have the concept there. It's not fully fleshed out on who it would apply to, what that would look like. But really just wanted to bring that to you, have two members that are interested. We want to add an additional person on there to talk through that, but needing to broaden our group internally beyond myself to probably Wildlife Division and Enforcement, what that looks like. But that's the concept, is to allow for some provisions for wildlife carcass removal on our WMAs.
Question of, could we combine the working group for the habitat stamp with a working group on, like, it's public land issues.
Correct. I have no problem with that.
And combine these two issues into one working group that also has some people with outside and people with public land interests to join us in this discussion, because I do think both these issues kind of go hand in hand with our WMAs, and I think we could accomplish both maybe on one working group.
I agree. I mean, and that's your prerogative and how we expand.
I'm cool with that, if that simplifies y'all's life, and I think it serves both things.
Do I have any questions or comments further?
I mean, our main concern in that December meeting was, commercial activity on WMAs, but particularly about recovery.
Yeah.
And we just don't want to see animals who are dead on the landscape but not recovered.
Nobody wants
wildlife
the
go to waste
heartbroken
and those type of
story,
things.
right?
Yeah. So that's the main thing with this. I think combining these two in a working group for these sounds perfect to me.
I need a motion to move this to discussion, commercial activity on WMAs related to wildlife recovery.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Walter.
I'll second that.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jenkins. Ben Robinson, our wildlife director. And Ben, I apologize. We were going to loop all those in with Gabe, but the habitat stamp got a little emotional there, so I figured
Yes, sir, no problem.
we better get that voted on. But you could go ahead and go through your agenda.
Okay. Yes, sir. Okay, first is a proposal to establish an annual, weekly, and one-day dog training permit issued by the department and evaluate and designate tracks as dog training areas at West Kentucky WMA. This would amend 301 KAR 3010, public use of wildlife management areas, 301 KAR 5022, license tag and permit fees, and 301 KAR 2049, small game and fur bear hunting and trapping on public areas. So the proposal would require a dog training permit, again, annual, weekly, or one day, for all trainers at West Kentucky WMA. It would require a per-day fee for groups that hold a valid WMA user permit for a sporting dog or associated event at West Kentucky WMA. It would exempt participants from the dog training permit when participating in a department-authorized event approved through the WMA use permit. And it would establish that unleashed dogs shall be allowed within the boundaries of a designated dog training area year-round, except for 1 week prior to September 1 through the first weekend of mourning dove season, youth statewide turkey season, opening weekend of statewide turkey season, and if applicable, WMA deer quota hunts, and then cleaning up any other regulations as necessary for conformity. And then second, different item would be the special youth and veterans waterfowl seasons date change, which would amend 301 KAR 2221, waterfowl seasons and limits. It would change the special youth waterfowl season dates from the Saturday before Thanksgiving and the second Saturday in February to the first consecutive Saturday and Sunday in February. And then change the special veterans and active military personnel waterfowl season from the Sunday before Thanksgiving to the second Sunday in February to the first consecutive Saturday and Sunday in February, and then cleaning up any other regulations as necessary for conformity. Mr. Chairman?
Any questions or comments? I'll need a motion and a second to move it to discussion.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And now we're at our public comments section. Miss Lisa Jackson.
I do need to read the public comments.
Lisa, hit the mic.
Am I on now? Public comments regarding new business items or discussion items on the agenda may be submitted to email to fw.publicaffairs@ky.gov. Emailed comments received by 5 p.m. Eastern 2 days preceding the meeting date will be distributed to all commission members on the day prior to the meeting and read by Fish and Wildlife staff during the commission meeting for up to 3 minutes total per commenter, time permitting, and at the discretion of the chair. Anonymous comments will be distributed to the commission members but may not be fully read during the meeting. The commission chair reserves the right to not read publicly any comments that are libelous, profane, derogatory of others, not pertaining to business items on the media agenda, or redundant with other comments. In-person attendees of meetings may also request to speak up to 3 minutes total per commenter on new business items or discussion items on the agenda, but will be required to sign in on the public comment request form on the table at the meeting room entrance by 9 a.m. Eastern on the day of the meeting and provide name, county, and state of residence, organization represented, and official position if applicable, and agenda items being addressed. Commenters who speak in person will not have their emailed comments read publicly at the meeting and are asked to avoid voicing comments that are redundant with others speaking prior to them during the allotted public comments timeframe. I have 2 received comments by email that I can read. I can do it now, or I can wait until after the 5 people who signed in at the register.
You can go ahead and read them now.
Thank you. The first comment is from Mr. Stephen Stimke of Jefferson County. I have some comments regarding the 3-day antlerless firearm season. I enjoy harvesting does, so an extra firearm season would certainly make that easier, which I initially was excited for. However, there are 2 things that I think should be considered. First, how would this affect archery hunters? Would they be allowed to harvest bucks during this season? I was out that final weekend this past season trying to fill a buck tag on public land and was trying to think about how difficult it would be with other gun hunters out there. Second, is it possible that this has the reverse effect on hunters? Would they opt to not shoot does earlier in the season, especially those that only gun hunt, thinking that they would just head out that final weekend to get their does instead? Thank you.
Thank you.
And the second one is from Mr. Trey Webb. One item is an action item, so I'll pass that on to the discussion item. He did say good day to all commission members. I don't see an issue with the overlap of the youth season and muzzleloader. Poachers will poach no matter what. The argument that these big deer are being poached during these seasons is such an overused argument. We heard this when we pushed to allow night hunting of coyotes at night. I haven't seen any, or at least very few poachers caught. However, we do see several every year that are caught poaching with a multitude of weapons. So again, poachers are going to poach. We can't prevent that. I personally enjoy the longer season as that's more time I can take with my kids. Same as the early September gun season. I don't disagree with late gun season either. The argument that you only kill pregnant does is frivolous. A doe harvested in September is a doe that won't drop little ones in the spring, same as the January one. Now, if the January season affects small game hunters, that is a different dilemma, and I oppose it if it does. Personally, I would like to see it earlier in the year, or even a complete overhaul of the gun season. I feel more deer would be harvested if the gun season was changed from a 16 straight day to a broke-up session. The department wants more deer harvested. I believe changing the format of gun season would increase it the best. Next, he says, also, I strongly agree with the increased reporting of harvested catfish and the reporting of trophy catfish. These apex predators are the only natural predator available to eat Asian carp. The department spends a ton of sportsmen's dollars every year to offset the value of carp, to make them more appealing to commercial fishermen so that they are caught. The more of these large catfish that we leave in the water systems is more 24/7 predators out there eating them. However, as with the recent Operation River Raid shows, what so many of us advocating for the protection of trophy catfish has been preaching. So many of these catfish are removed to die in a private pond. That concludes the emailed remarks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lisa Jackson.
Thank you.
Now, we have the public comments. We have Donald Thomas.
Good evening, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Thank you all for the opportunity. I'll be quick. I mostly have questions on this one other than comments.
You got 30 seconds. Just joking.
First time.
I'm joking.
I'll be quick. All right, I'm just going to go over. Most of it has already been over, has been discussed, but we'll go over the habitat stamp for Jay. Just a couple of my questions on it. Would this pretty well be a broad stamp that would cover all the WMAs? Would it be an individual WMA that each stamp would cover? I know this is food for thought for your working group. I know you all already discussed it, but this is just questions I would have. Would the stamp be required for all users? We're talking hunters, fishermen, hikers, recreational riders, side-by-side four-wheelers. Would that be something that would be required also? And another question is just the revenue. I know that was brought up that is generated from the sale of these stamps. If it's an individual stamp per WMA, would it be going to that WMA, or would it be kind of put in a general fund for all WMAs within the state? That's another one. The only thing I see here is, say, hunting and fishing license. You've got hunters and fishermen out there. Then you've got the ones out there that's riding their side-by-sides. well, that's an issue on WMAs, and I don't know, we may address it or not. Why not exempt license holders of hunting and fishing license from this habitat stamp? That's just, what's that?
You just about did it.
On the last one, as far as putting exemption for hunting and fishing license holders on the habitat stamp, other than someone just going out there and possibly just hiking or just riding their side by side or that doesn't have a hunting or fishing license. Kind of even out the playing field there. The next one is the wildlife recovery on the commercial activity. As you all know, I'm not right now, but the last 20-some years I've been a commercial guide, and got banned from the WMAs in December for that. But one of the questions here, I've got multiples, on the commercial activity permit for the carcass recovery. Would that allow a licensed outfitter or commercial guide to do that, to go on that property? Or are they still restricted and banned? Is it still illegal? We can ask him. We can get to that one. And also, with that permit, we're going to have a habitat stamp, a WMA habitat stamp. Then we're going to have a commercial activity permit for the recovery. Would you be required to have both of those permits to do the recovery? That's my other question. Another one is, if a person already holds a commercial outfitter or guide's license, would they be required to have that recovery permit on that? I know it's a lot of questions, a lot of food. You covered them all. What's that?
Might change it every year or
I remember all of them. I'm sorry. Most of them have been covered. And that's just some of my questions, because say you have a licensed outfitter guide. He's already purchased that commercial license. Then is he going to have to purchase the commercial recovery license? Then he's going to have to purchase WMA license. We're going to have 3 or 4 permits to do one job. That's all I've got. I hope it didn't overload you.
I appreciate you, Don. If you would, just email the commission your thoughts and concerns.
I will.
So we'll have that so we can read it. It's hard.
Cipher through all that?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
I'll do it.
yeah.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Loman Scarborough, if I said it right. You're welcome.
Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Loman Scarborough. I'm the founder president of the Hopkins County Sportsmen and Sportswomen's Club. Our mission is to introduce youth and families to the outdoors. Got a couple items I'm going to speak on this morning. The one is the overlapping of the youth only gun and deer season, early muzzleloader season. Just from outdoorsmen, sportsmen and women I've talked to, they don't see a problem with this. The biggest problem that I've seen on social media and things like that is more some of the greed, so to speak, where I've seen actual sportsmen or hunters will say that say there's no need for youth to be out in the outdoors. The youth is our future. So we have to invest in the youth. I am a hunter and education instructor, so I do see the safety aspect as well. But at this time, I think giving the opportunity for the youth is the most important thing with the mindset of safety as a whole. The next thing I'll talk about is the 3-day antlers firearm season. We're all for it. Jeff and I spoke briefly a while back, and as long as it's okay with the Fish and Wildlife Educated Biologists, I'm all for the December Christmas time frame. That's what we've talked about with our sportsmen and sportswomen in our area, and they're all on board for that. And I know you guys were working on about the Martin Luther King Day. You know, I myself, I don't get off for that holiday, so I appreciate you trying to work the best you can on that and everything. And I'm also going to speak on the youth waterfowl season and veteran season. So I talked to, now I waterfowl hunt a little bit. I'm not an avid. If somebody says, well, that guy don't even waterfowl hunt that much, I don't. You know, I take the kids out and stuff like that. But I've talked to avid waterfowl hunters and organizations, and they're all for getting back to this 2-day season. And most people that tell you in West Kentucky, we get most of our birds later on in the season. And if you take a kid and they don't see any birds, they're not apt to want to get back involved in it. One of the things I did when my son was younger, we'd put in for the Ballard County hunt. And just to see all those waterfowl as they migrated was a big thing for a kid. So keep that in mind. I will touch just a hair on the habitat stamp. I think it.
That's fine. You can finish. Go
Okay.
ahead.
The habitat stamp, I would just ask about whether, like I buy a Peabody permit, if it's just going to be a habitat stamp to cover all WMAs or how that works. So, but thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Scarborough. We appreciate you. We appreciate your concern and being here with us today. Mr. Larry Richards.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the opportunity to speak with you today. Most of you know me, know who I am, and know that this is going to be about committee meetings. I would really like for the commission to take an hour and a half or two sometime during the next 3 months and look at an old committee meeting video. I think you'll find that we could have shortened today's meeting by a goodly amount by having these discussion items wrapped and packed for you. I also hope that when you get around to discussing the parameters for a committee meeting, that there's a microphone and there's an audience of sportsmen in your committee that can give you this personal input that we've been lacking for the last 6 years. That's what my whole effort the last few years has been, to get this input back. It's important to us. We have to feel like, since we're paying the bills, most of the bills here, that we're having a little bit of input, and it doesn't happen with an email or a video, or one person can't speak for everyone. I can't speak for Don Thomas. I can't speak for the cat fishermen here. I can speak for the people that I know and the things that I know. But we need to broaden our input from the sportsmen to this commission in a better way. And I hope going forward that I can be a part of that discussion for you, because I think I'm ready for it. The other thing I'd like to say is I fully support, and Kentuckiana Safari Club fully supports, the Habitat Stamp Initiative. We have to find a way to bring more money into this commission and into this problem. And who knows, and I have not been able to figure out what the budget's going to be this year. And if you know, please tell me, because I can't figure it out. But we are going to need more money, whether it's this year, next year, or the coming years, and this is the way to do it, provided that we can spread that load equally. And I think that's an important thing. And just as a little food for thought, I got no problems with doing a 3-day antler this season at Christmas and Martin Luther King. We need to kill more deer. Ag's on us, Farm Bureau is all over us to kill more does. Okay, let's do it. And I also agree with the biologists who say September is a great time to kill does. We get a threefer in a September doe. We get a doe that's going to have twins as healthy as these deer are. We get a threefer in September. Let's figure out how to do that. I mean, I don't think, and Ben and John, correct me, but you know, we took 4,000 or 5,000 does off the landscape in the next 2 years, we would be making a pretty good start. So And if we have to have 2-3 day seasons, let's do it. I mean, all we can do is try. But thank you again for your time. I planned it well.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Larry.
Yes, sir.
All right, now we have up, next is Doug Ramey, President of the Kentucky Sportsman, League of Kentucky Sportsmen.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again on behalf of the league. And just want to say we entirely support our game wardens here. 506, we have it first written. We didn't want to lose our influence on selecting commission members. We just feel we'd do a better job than what the legislator would. And I would hope that the pay structure be equal to the KSP. So for retention purposes, right? Because we lose a lot of officers over the years, it seems like, to the KSP. There's been a lot of regs being changed about fishing today, right? We'll let you know, besides the argument with the legislator, the league is promoting the free fishing days. We're going to buy 1,200 fishing poles. We're going to spend probably $14,000 for entry-level fishing poles to give out during free fishing days throughout the state. Spring youth turkey was mentioned. We have Officer Griffey that's doing a spring turkey event. The league sponsored $7,000 for him to have that event. It's further supporting our conservation officers that is involved in their youth. Habitat work. We got a pretty good budget to work with through our license plate fund. All this is funded, what I'm talking about, through our license plate fund. We, Big Rivers, we put in $25,000 for that. The last meeting, there were some clear cutting projects that went for $5,000 and $10,000 to help our bird population. That was mentioned today, right? We got declining bird population. Commissioners, get with our directors and see where some of these projects, if you do have budget shortcomings, come to us with our directors, and if you have a little project that we can afford to do, we'll do that. Doe days, we're talking about doe days. Now, I don't know if there's a representative here from Hunters of the Hungry, but hopefully a lot of those deers will be donated. We're going to buy them a new refrigeration trailer. Okay, we're looking at 15, 20 grand there, maybe more. But if it's needed, we're going to do it because we got the money to do it. So, just saying that, for a little commercial, I guess, for Kentucky Sports, we fully support what you gentlemen here is doing today, and all the sportsmen that's here. Even if you're not a member of the league, we still think we are a voice for you all. So I appreciate the opportunity. Hope you have a good day. I got in between.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Raymond. All right, our last one for the day, and the winner is Anthony Brown.
Good morning, gentlemen. Most everything I was going to talk about has been covered anyway. On the changing on the waterfowl weekends for the youth and the veterans, everybody I've talked to and everybody I went with, they're in 100% agreement. They'd really like to have it that weekend right after our season's over. It would have worked out if it was this year. Of course, we don't have that weather all the time, but it would have been a whole lot better to have a 2-day weekend where if something was to go wrong the first day, you can take them back out and have a better day. But on the in regards to Commissioner Jenkins' concerns over raising the price on the non-residents, if you look at some of the states bordering us where we travel to hunt, we're pretty cheap compared to a lot of those. Like Indiana, we pay $180 some to kill one turkey in the spring, and if you go back in the fall to try to deer hunt, it's at least that much. Missouri's gone to $300. I think it's $304, and they've cut their non-residents. You can only kill one turkey, and if you want to go back, and there's $360 to go back and archery hunt. In Tennessee, you're paying $305 to spring turkey hunt. So I don't know what I don't know what it costs to go if you want to go whitetail hunt. So I think we're pretty cheap. And, you know, some of these states are cutting their non-residents to one bird. And a lot of these states are going to quotas on their non-resident permits. Like Nebraska, they sold out in an hour and a half when they released them. And a lot of these states are not doing over-the-counter for non-residents. You've got to put in for them. And I don't know if that's maybe something we could look at in the future, but I also applaud the stuff y'all voted on the bearded hens. And that's all I have.
Thank you, thank you. You can, go ahead, Commissioner.
There's a pretty big missing link when we talk about license fees that I can say I certainly didn't understand in time. Most states get tremendous revenues from lots of sources. So we'll say Missouri, $100 million in tax revenue for their fish and wildlife. So we don't have the luxury to make those type decisions. So our fees, while they're affordable, we have to make these tough decisions because we don't get tens of millions of dollars from alternative sources. And that's why we support what we do. We're a small agency in comparison to a lot of the surrounding states, and it's based on funding. So tough decisions you have to make here at this table, but they're the right decisions, and I'm thankful that we can operate the way we do, but we got to continue to aim high. But Anthony, I appreciate your point.
Okay, thank you, everyone who's attended today. We will be going into executive session, but before we do that, we're going to take a 15-minute break, 10-minute break.
Chair, I want to say something on the record, and I'm going to do everything I can to act with professional decorum because I don't want to create any contentiousness here, but there's published media reports out there about this issue challenging our compliance with open meetings law and so forth. And I just want to be on the record because I've mentioned this before about some of my concerns, and I just want to say that we, as a group, we have a lawful right to comply with the commission governance, and we need to do everything that we can to be above reproach on this issue. And I know it's easy sometimes to get together in an impromptu meeting and have discussions about things, but the reason that we have to comply with open meetings law is because this is all public business and all the discourse needs to happen in public. So if there is ever the opportunity where individuals do get together and there's impromptu discussion about official business here, we at least at a minimum need to capture minutes of that discussion and publish it in the open public meeting here. And then lastly, I just want to respectfully request anytime that there's communication that's submitted that's reportedly been informed by the commission, that we as commission members have the opportunity to review that and then discuss it publicly. So thank you for the opportunity.
Any more comments? Okay.
I got one thing, please. On what you said, Matt, say if I were to talk to Jay about something, then that has to be forwarded, to all the committees, or are you talking about 3 or more members together?
Well, and I'm certainly not legal counsel, so we'll probably need to defer to them to get the official answer, but my understanding is somebody's been in public service for 30 years and served in compliance with the open meetings law. If you're just having a discussion between the two of you, that's probably lawful and okay. But if you go to a third, fourth, and then eventually you create a quorum discussing that one point, it's called daisy chain. There's some other, terms that they use for that. Then it becomes the potential to be an open meetings violation. And I just want to make sure that we're above reproach on any of those things and that we're in compliance with the open meetings law. And again, I'll defer to the legal counsel in the room if they want to advise further.
All right. Any more questions?
You don't like it. Yeah, could we get a clarification today? Because I did ask a question back in when we had our first meeting on our committee to get a clarification about the same thing on when can we speak to, like if I want to know something that's going on in a committee on turkey, for instance, and I'm not a part of it, can I make some phone calls to try to get the gist of what's being discussed before we have a meeting? Instead of learning about their discussion on the day of the meeting, I would like to be informed way prior. So how are we going to communicate among the board on what's being discussed at these meetings that we're getting ready to commit?
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
The committee meeting, if we're talking about that, should be an open meeting in itself with a set of minutes that should be forwarded to every commission member. So it seems to me, if that is conducted in an open meeting, then discussion about that topic is allowable because it has occurred in an open meeting. So whenever they send, when we would get commission or committee meeting minutes, that ought to give us what their discussion has been.
And if I may, as general counsel for the department, offer some commentary on this. For starters, I'm going to refrain from giving actual legal counsel in an open forum. That would violate the privilege afforded by attorney-client confidentiality. However, I am more than happy to provide to this commission an advisory opinion explaining exactly how to be in compliance with open meetings, how to be in compliance with any and all other requirements of the board. And I will also send an email after this commission meeting referring members back to some advisory opinions that have been issued by the Office of General Counsel on this topic. Again, I understand, Commission Member Shortridge, that you'd like a bit more clarity right now, but I would refrain from advising you in an attorney-client sense in an open forum at this point.
Yeah, fully respect that, and I apologize for holding up the bathroom break.
No,
thank you.
That's fine. Any more comments or questions? We're going to take a 15-minute recess. Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
You want to set a next meeting date?
We will do that when we come back.
When they come back.
When we come back, because we're just taking a break right now. The meeting has come back to order. We have to set our date publicly for the next quarterly commission meeting, and I'll need some suggestions from the members, what they would like. Yeah.
June, right?
June.
Does the department have any preference as to when in June?
I'm good any Friday but the 12th, early.
I'm good any Friday except the 19th.
Do the first Friday in June is
The 5th.
The 5th. I will be in Disney.
I'm good for that.
I'm sorry.
So it sounds like nobody's good for the 5th. So the 12th?
I'd be good for the 12th,
I think so. Let me check with the boss.
I would be good for the 12th as well.
You're not good, Raymond?
Not the 12th. That's the only one I'm keeping in mind.
It's like herding cats.
Keep in mind we don't have to do a Friday.
Can you do remotely? Can't, okay.
Obviously do teleconference if somebody's.
Yeah, we can obviously do teleconference just like Greg is today.
I'll be gone. I mean, I'll be on the trip. So.
And we don't have to do Fridays. We could do it doesn't have to be a Friday.
Friday is a much better day for some of us that work, yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm good the 5th, the 19th, the 26th. But,
The what?
well, 5th, 19th, or the 12th.
26th.
I guess I can cancel that trip on the 12th if I have to.
Did you say you're good on the 26th? Is everybody else good on the 26th?
I can't be here on 6, but it doesn't, I can be on that.
Let's do the 12th. If everybody else is good the 12th, I'll be fine.
All right, our next public quarterly commission meeting will be June the 12th of 2026. Okay. Now we need to go into closed session. Do I have a motion? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. All meetings of a quorum of the members of any public agency at which any public business is discussed or at which any action is taken by the agency shall be public meetings, open to the public at all times, except for specific exceptions listed in KRS 61-810 or otherwise provided by law. The Commission has business today that will require entering into a closed session. KRS 61-815 requires notice of the general nature of the business to be discussed in the closed session, the reason for the closed session, and the provision of KRS 61-810 that authorizes it to be publicly announced prior to entering closed session for most open meetings exceptions. In today's closed session, the Commission shall conduct the annual review of the Fish and Wildlife Resources Commissioner's performance. KRS 61-810, Section 1, subsection F, authorizes closed sessions for discussions which might lead to the appointment, discipline, or dismissal of an individual employee. As confirmed by opinion of the Attorney General's Office in 21-OMD-091, the annual review is required to occur in closed executive session pursuant to KRS 150-61, Section 1, subsection A. This portion of the closed session is authorized by KRS 150-61, Section 1A, KRS 61-810, Section 1, subsection K, and KRS 61-810, Section 1, subsection F. Upon an approved motion, the Commission will enter into closed session. The Commission shall not discuss any other matters, and no action shall be taken to occur during the closed session. And during the closed session, counsel and necessary members of staff will be present to advise the Commission. And with that.
Now I need a motion to go in executive session.
Yeah, I'll second it.
All right, we're in executive session. Everyone clear the room.
Need an all in favor on that.
All in favor? Aye. Well, I'm glad to see everybody's back. Now we're going to take a brief 5-minute recess. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. We're back in open session, and I apologize for that. We need a motion and a second to adjourn, and that'll conclude our meeting for this quarter. All in favor? Aye. Aye.
Thank you all.